So I think this should be a great first camp of the winter season of 2024. The view is great out here. You can see straight up on the glacier Folgefonna. So I'm not completely level, but this is fine, I guess. It's very cold outside. It's around minus 15 degrees Celsius. It's nearly 4:30 and it's getting dark. So let's set up here. Well, good morning. It's January 8th and I'm out on my big Arctic winter tour for 2024. Got my coffee. The first morning here now, just below this big glacier here, Folgefonna. It's been minus 10 to minus 15 degrees Celsius through the night. Pretty cold, but nothing crazy like it's been the past few weeks. We had minus 40 degrees Celsius, which is also minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, several places in the country. I think the lowest temperature that was measured was minus 49.7 degrees Celsius, which is minus 57 degrees Fahrenheit. That's pretty crazy. Anyway, I hope you will enjoy this season of my Arctic winter tour with my van. I'm gonna be out doing a lot of stuff. The goal is to head up to Lofoten and circle back through Sweden. I'm going to be above the Arctic Circle up there. The islands of Lofoten are really spectacular in winter, and there's a lot of aurora, northern lights up there and stuff, so that should be exciting. Right now I'm down in the southern part of Norway, and I'm going to start heading north now. The coffee in the van, that's something special. So I'm gonna put up the locations where I drive and my campsites that I like on a map that I post on my Patreon, and I also post that map here on the channel for members. If you want to see where my favorite camp spots are, you can find those on the maps on my channel membership page and also on my Patreon. I did a little last-minute upgrade to the van, just creating wind shield and cold shield for my radiator. It's something that's temporary that I'll put on if it gets too cold. It is crazy cold. The problem when it gets too cold is that the radiator doesn't generate enough heat to get the van warm inside while I'm driving. So that could be a problem if it drops below minus 15 degrees or minus 20 or around that ballpark there. Just using these strip ties here to hold it in place, and made it a little bit stronger with duct tape. And then it's actually fastened under the hood here. I want to say that I appreciate every one of you watching and really enjoy showing you these places up here. So I have a little thing I need to fix. That is this insulation here for this sunroof here. Comes with some rails that you're supposed to mount here. So you can just slide this in. I'm gonna put up these rails here and see I can make it fit. Might need to tighten it up a little bit more. So, looks like I ended up in some sort of a convoy here again. This is where I usually end up in a convoy. It's not because of snow and ice this time. It's probably because of some avalanche or some kind of incident on the road here with debris or something falling on the road, I guess. I'm not sure. What an absolutely beautiful afternoon. It's 3:30 now and the sun is going down. January 8th. And I'm up on Hardangervidda. It's just gorgeous up here. Very cold. -15. Just look at this scenery here. Just incredibly beautiful here now with this sunset here. Sky is colored pink. It's getting really cold. I hope you're enjoying this flight here. There's nobody up here, so it's pretty easy to do an automatic tracking with my drone. Okay, I think this will be camp. I'm right up here now on top of the Hardangervidda. It's a pretty low wind now, but it's gonna get incredibly cold up here. So the beauty of this cold is just stunning. The last time I was here about a month ago, there was a big snowstorm and I was parked up here in this massive blizzard. So, amazing place. It's 4 o'clock, the sun has gone down, and it's gonna get dark. Let's get warm. Get the heat on. Just took this outside. Hasn't started dropping yet. Just look at this beautiful view out my window here. Amazing. Love this camp here. Lunch, an apple. What a beautiful drive that was. Time to get some work done. Transferring some video material that I recorded yesterday and today. Great office today. Cold office. Actually, it's very comfortable in here, but outside it's pretty freezing. It's kind of weird. There was absolutely no wind on the forecast, but now it's really going off outside. This is a really exposed mountain plateau up here, so that happens from time to time, but I was definitely expecting calmer winds. The van is actually shaking. Actually, the temperature got warmer than was supposed to be. It's only like -9 now. That happens when the wind comes in usually. Anyway, it is time for dinner, and today I'm gonna make some sandwiches with serrano ham and pesto. Might put them in a pan and grill them with some cheese. Simple dinner, I guess. Pesto. Might as well celebrate that we're out here again. It's winter and it's January and it's cold outside and it's windy, and I got my light beer. So cheers, my friends, and thanks for tuning in again. Spanish serrano ham. Then let's top it off with some rucola. So people have been asking what I do about ventilation when I'm cooking, and you can see up here I always open one of the sunroofs or a window so that dangerous fumes can get out. Of course, in this cold, it gets really cold, so trying to be quick about it. That's really good. Nothing to see.
Wait here. Thank you. Okay.
Well, good morning. It's day 3. It's a gorgeous morning. I got my coffee. It's been windy through the night, but the temperatures stayed around -10, so it didn't get too cold. Still could feel the wind kind of coming in through the joints and weak points of the van here, but that's okay. I stayed really nice, comfortable, cozy, and warm. Just looking out at this amazing landscape here. It's like being on the moon. I'm back up really close to where Star Wars The Empire Strikes Back was filmed. It was filmed at Hardangerjökull Glacier and Finse, which is basically right behind the camera here. Here's a drone shot where you can actually see Hardangerjökull. Coffee today is so good. I can feel the sun is warming up my van and myself a little bit. My Truma Combi 4 propane heater is not running as fiercely as it did before the sun came up. So, very comfortable here now. Don't know if you can hear the wind. There's just so many incredible campsites here. Look at this. Such amazing campsites, just spectacular out here, like a moonscape. So I got set up for a new camp. Only moved probably like 20 kilometers or so. I just needed somewhere with good cell service so I could get some work done. It's a spectacular day up here. The sun is very low because it's January, and basically it's gonna set around in an hour or so, in an hour and a half, I guess. It's 2 o'clock now, so gonna get some work done here, and it's completely quiet. It's gonna get down to minus 10 degrees Celsius, around that, so looks to be very comfortable next 24 hours. So the weather is so weird because it's gonna get warm. It's actually gonna get above freezing up here in a few days, and then it's gonna drop down to minus 30 in a week or so. So I saw some weather forecast for further north, and it looks like it's gonna get down to minus 35 or close to minus 40 again. Minus 40 degrees Celsius is the same as minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit. That's where Celsius and Fahrenheit meet. So we'll see where I'll be by then. But now, let's get some work done. Well, there goes the sun already. It's 3:15. So it get down to minus 16. Oh, good morning. It's another gorgeous morning here in the mountains. It got down to minus 16 through the night. But over the next few days, it's gonna get pretty warm, I think. I saw that it was gonna go above freezing for a day, so it could get really slippery then when it freezes again. So a few days after that, it's gonna get extremely cold again. It's gonna get below minus 30 up here. So I'm gonna start heading north now towards Lofoten. I'm gonna do that quite slowly. I have plenty of time. It's still January 10th. Got my coffee for the morning, the most important meal of the day. Amazing. I can feel how the sun is warming up the van from the side now. Finished one bottle of propane now. I'm on day 4 on this propane bottle. So I'm basically using more propane this winter than I did last. I keep the temperature a little bit higher because it's okay to use more propane, I guess. Also, I haven't been driving much. So when I have long days of driving, there's less propane usage. Getting questions all the time about the heater that I'm using and why I don't have a diesel heater. And the reason why I don't have a diesel heater is that this van came with a dual propane bottle system. And also diesel is much more expensive here in Norway. It would be much more expensive to use a diesel heater for the heating than it is using propane. That's a good reason. The bad thing is that you always need to refill these bottles or switch them, which is okay in Norway because you can switch them everywhere, but you cannot switch this kind of bottles in Sweden, for instance. So I have to go back to Norway to switch the bottles. The Truma Combi 4 that I'm using, it's a fully integrated heating system. It's the same if you use it on propane or if you use the diesel heater version. It sits in the same place and gives up the same kind of dry heat, which is preferable in a van. So there's no real advantage heating-wise to having diesel. Of course, you have the diesel fuel tank in place then, and you can use as much as you want to. But it is more expensive. Anyway, let's enjoy this morning and enjoy this coffee and have a look at the sun rising here. It's warming my cheek now. Gorgeous place. Hardangervidda. So downhill on icy roads is always fun. I do get a lot of questions about my tires and the drivetrain on my van here, and it is a front wheel drive, but I got amazing winter tires. It's from Nokian Hekkapalita or something like that, made in Finland, so they should know what they're doing. Front wheel drive versus four wheel drive. The one thing that is most important is the tires you use. If you have good winter tires, that's the most important thing. I drive with studless winter tires, which is completely fine in I'd say 99% of the situations. If it's like pure ice with water on top, then you might need studs in your tires, but in conditions like that, I prefer to stay put and not drive it if it's really bad. The four-wheel drive will not save you if you lose the grip. Then it's just gonna keep sliding. It won't matter if you have four-wheel drive. The only thing that will matter then is the tires. So tires is more important than having a four-wheel drive. Of course, if you're stuck somewhere and stuff like that, you can get more easily out of that situation with four-wheel drive, but it's okay with front-wheel drive. If you watched the video from last year when I was completely buried in snow and I was kind of spinning my way out of that situation after I had been digging myself out, and a lot of people said, oh, you would have gotten much more easier out if you had a four-wheel drive. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You can spin yourself out of a situation as long as you can move backwards and forwards. It's okay. You can go back and forth a little bit and just kind of get yourself out, even with front-wheel drive. So no need to put on chains unless you're gonna drive up an icy hill. Some people ask also why I didn't put chains on when I was kind of stuck, but it's really not necessary to spend all that time putting on the chains if you're just gonna get out of a snow pit. As long as you can get the van moving backwards or forwards, you'll get out. You don't need to do anything dramatic until you're like completely stuck. It's completely normal to just kind of shake your van back and forth and just kind of wiggle it out. That's just a few of my thoughts on drivetrain and tires and snow chains and all of that. As long as you're just careful, especially going downhill, I feel either going downhill on ice, or if you go uphill on something very steep so that you end up having to stop or something, that could be a little bit sketchy. So apart from that, you just have to drive according to the conditions. this scenery with all this frost, the frost smoke and the frost on the trees is just incredible. So beautiful. It's really cold down here. The air is still, so basically all the cold kind of drops down into the valleys right now. Amazingly beautiful. So I'm on some extremely steep grades going down from Golsfjellet. It's 10 and 8% and it's ice roads. So I basically just have to stay to the side here and go very slow, so that if I should lose the grip, I will just have to go straight into the snow, basically. Steep but beautiful. I'm down in Valdres. It's extremely cold here. It's around -16. Well, it's not extreme, but I could feel when I drove down those icy roads. Oh, here's cheap gas. Gonna get that. Okay, I found a place to call camp here. It's not perfect, but it'll do. It's kind of a big parking lot by the road here, and not the greatest view, but there's a forest view, and as you can see, there's a pretty nice little coloring of the clouds going on here. Feels peaceful, and there's good cell service, so I can get some work done. But now, let's do some dinner. Pretty long drive today through some amazing winter scenery. So, very happy to be here. I'm going to be heading towards Lillehammer and over to Rondane and further on to Dovre, I guess. I'll have to see what the weather says. Sriracha. Mayo. Then I'm gonna add one of these burger steaks. Ooh. Put it in the pan. Look at that loveliness. That's a pretty fun little dish right there. It's like a, I don't know what it is, burger thing. Mmm. Fantastic. That is so good. Okay, I'm on the road again. It's still very cold. It looks like there's like 10 degrees difference between down in the valleys and higher up. Icy roads. Gonna be a storm tonight in the mountains where I'm heading. Driving a new road today that I've never driven before, and kind of excited to see these new places here. It's really beautiful out here. Gonna pass Lillehammer today and go up into the mountains beyond that. This is quite incredible. What a view. Well, that was a huge disappointment. They've closed all this road for stopping. Not allowed to stop anywhere because of reindeer. So this nice guy in the plowing truck, he allowed me to spend the night here on this parking lot here that is actually for the plow trucks to turn around. So I'm good for the night here, which was very nice. It's getting dark now and I really wanted to park in this area here. It's gonna be a big storm through the night or tomorrow, but I'm pretty sheltered in the trees here, so I'm not sure if I'm gonna feel much of it. I got a few cinnamon buns for lunch today. That's good. It's 3:30 and it's getting dark. And the wind is picking up, but feeling very sheltered in here, so no problem. good morning. Looks like the road across the mountain was closed last night. Snow plowing trucks up here now, and it's windy, so it's probably a big storm going on up on the mountain there. So I had a plan of backtracking and going over to Jotunheimen today, but that's not gonna happen. So I'm either gonna stay here and wait out this storm, or I'm gonna head up towards Rondane, and maybe I'll circle back around Rondane and go over to Jotunheimen. I don't know yet. I'll know much more once I've had my coffee. Cheers. That's good. Gonna reply to some comments. Thank you so much to everyone who comments and likes and engages. Really appreciate it. Here comes the sun finally. It's 11:30. You can see it over here that the road is still closed. Well, apparently the road remains closed until 8 tonight at least. That's when they do another consideration. So the other cars that were waiting here left. I'm still considering whether to just stay here and drive over back to Jotunheimen tomorrow, or if I'm gonna move up north along Rondane. Look at those clouds. That's incredible. Probably time to get a time lapse.
Inside passage through some of the most amazing waterways of North America back down to Washington.
Yep, it's open. They're going. I'm gonna wait until tomorrow. out again after 2 days parked down at the bottom of this mountain plateau here. I decided to head west again and go to Jotunheimen. There's a few days of like medium cold and some stormy weather, and I wanted to experience that from this side of Dovrefjell, and then I'm gonna head north. There's a little bit of a snowdrift over the mountain here, so this is beautiful and fun. I wonder what it's like in Jotunheimen. Just wanted to see that in winter. I haven't been to Jotunheimen in winter before, so I wanted to kind of get feeling for that. Really surprised at how little snow there is up here. Either it's all blown away in the hurricanes, or there hasn't been much snow coming down yet. It's still early in January, so the big snowfall hasn't happened yet. Still beautiful though. Well, good morning. It is January 14th, and I've been out for a week now on my Arctic winter tour for 2024. Just started snowing. It's the first snow I've had this week, and it's gonna be windy as well, so might become a snowstorm or a blizzard, but I'm not quite sure because the weather forecast keeps changing. I'm in Jotunheimen now, close to Gjende, on the eastern side of Jotunheimen. I might spend a day here working on video, or I might continue north. There's no people up here now. Only seen 2 cars pass this morning. Definitely not season yet. Check out my new ambient lights here. Mounted those yesterday. Okay, I decided it's time to head out of here. Spent the morning getting some work done, and now I'm gonna head north. Snowing a little bit here. It's supposed to snow a lot further north, so just gonna chase the snow now. This area at this time of the year was kind of uninteresting, so gonna keep going. Okay, I slipped straight out of the road here. That is no good. I don't think there's any way I'm gonna get out of there without getting towed. So I think I need to call a tow truck or call my insurance. That's probably the best way to do it. Well, so much for an adventure. Yeah, it's very deep here. The snow. So much for being the nice guy and letting someone past. Better call the insurance. Okay, so I drove off. I was letting a car pass me, and that just took me too far off the road. So here I am. Several cars have stopped asking if I'm okay, which I am. I've spoken to the insurance company, and they're sending a tow truck, so I might just have to wait a few hours. It's a little bit inconvenient because the whole van is leaning to the side here, but anyway, let's go out again and have a look. So here you can see I drove to the side of the road to let that car slip past, and you can see it's just like I went off the tarmac here just slightly, and it just pulled me further and further off. It's actually not that slippery. It was just that I got off the tarmac and into the snow there, pulled me off the side of the road. That was just like a slow slide off the road. I was probably doing just a couple of kilometers an hour. No speed whatsoever. this is kind of funny because I get a lot of questions asked if people stop to ask if I'm okay when I'm parked beside the road. And people don't do that in Norway because people are parked next to the road everywhere all the time. But now, when I'm off the road here, everyone stops. So now every single car has stopped and asked if I'm okay. So this is the difference between asking just randomly and asking when there's actually a situation where somebody might need help. In a country where there's snow all the time, it's not common at all to stop and ask people if they're just parked. But as soon as something like this happens, people do stop. So the wind is supposed to pick up. Might be towed up in a snowstorm here. So I have the engine running. It's nice and cozy and warm in here. Only thing I'm a little bit concerned about is the angle of the van. So I don't know if there's solid ground on the downside. So I'm just not walking around in the van. I should have gotten the hook for the tow hook from the back of the van, but I don't really want to move around in here when it's at an angle. So I'm just gonna wait for the tow truck, which should be maybe half an hour away now. The exhaust is on this side, so it's open and it's not gonna be blocked, so I can keep the engine running. And it's blowing up. Here you can see my track as I got off the road slightly as I was letting that car pass, and then there was no chance of getting back on again. So a very controlled stop there. Here it comes. Cool, cool, cool. Okay, so we're up. That was quick and easy. Doesn't look like there's any damage, so that's awesome. I'll show you the tracks here. You can see that it's almost impossible to get up by yourself. Well, death of a plow stick. That was a fun little adventure. I got the tow truck behind me now, so probably gonna let him past. He's probably a faster driver than I am, but it's good to have him behind here. So that is actually the first time I drive off the road on snow conditions, I think. I've never swerved off because of ice and snow on the roads before. So that's the first one. Luckily it was very slow speed, so no damage to the van, it looks like. We'll see if something pops up later. I hope not. Got an 8% decline down off the mountain here. It's pretty dry, but there are some spots with ice, so need to be very careful here. % here. This is basically dry ice. Alright, made it down. So now I'm gonna go and find one of my favorite camp spots. Well, good morning. It is 10 o'clock. It's getting colder. It's minus 12.5 right now. Had a good night's sleep. Had to get up in the middle of the night and switch propane bottles. That's always fun. Expecting it to get much colder now over the coming few days. A thin sprinkling of new snow on the van this morning, and that always makes me happy. Time for morning coffee. Cheers. It's getting colder and colder. Was supposed to be around -9 now. I'm in Oppdal. Gonna drive in and see if my camp is still here. Camp I used last year that I really liked. It's getting really cold now. It's minus 17 degrees Celsius. Let's see how cold it gets. It's very calm now and no wind, so could get very cold. So this is where I like to stay. Let's see if I can get in through this snow here. All good. I wonder what direction I should face. I'm gonna check if there's gonna be aurora, northern lights tonight before I choose my direction. Oh, it's cold. Getting very cold now. I said minus 17, but it's minus 19.3 now. Keeps dropping fast. It's like it drops 1 degree every minute now. It's not even 4 o'clock yet. So while this extreme cold is going on outside, it's time to make dinner. I got some chicken today, and I'm gonna make some chicken burritos with avocado. Well, this is the coldest so far this year. It's minus 23 now. I fear it could get down to minus 30. Now, time for some food here. Get this burrito going. It's been a while since I ate chicken. Nice. Love it. They never seem to be able to get the cold forecast right. When the forecast is cold, it always gets colder than what they forecast. Yeah, it's freezing on the inside of the windows now. That's quite rare. Okay, it's 6:30-ish, and temperature just dropped to minus 27.3 a few minutes ago, and now it's fluctuating back and forth. We're at 10 degrees colder than the forecast, so I need to start making sure that I'm alert, and might have to restart my van a few times through the night now, if this is the way it's going. We might be reaching minus 30 if it keeps going like this, and it's kind of weird with the forecast. It only said minus 17. If that happens, a lot of the times when it's a cold forecast, then it sometimes gets much colder than the forecast says. So I'm gonna restart my van now. It's been 3 hours since I parked. Gonna restart it and let it run so that I keep the engine warm. So I need to show you something here. So the instrument panel says -15. That's always like 10 degrees off. And here I have this sensor outside and it says -25. So usually the instrument panel on my van is 10 degrees too warm, which is kind of a bummer because there's really no way to tell when you're out driving how cold it really is. No problem starting now after 3 hours parked, so I'm gonna let it run now for a little bit. Then I'll just keep restarting it every few hours. It is crazy cold. I'm gonna open the hood and add some insulation so that the heat stays inside the engine. It's 9 in the evening and we got -28 outside. Still the lowest that we got. And the heater is going really hard. I'm nice and warm inside here, but I'm probably using a lot of propane now. Which is actually fine because it's not that expensive. Really excited to see how low it gets through the night. Okay, we had -29. It is time to start the engine again. It's 10:45. It's been 3 hours. Still no problem there. Gonna let it run for half an hour or so. It's -29.3 now. It's quite incredible how cold it got here. Okay, it's a little bit past 2 in the morning. It's time to start the engine again. See how it goes. Well, no problem there. Gonna let it run for half an hour now. Gonna put the alarm on so that I don't fall asleep. It is 6 in the morning and it's time to start the engine again. So no trouble at all getting it to start. Well, good morning. It is 9:30 and it's minus 20 degrees outside. It got down to minus 29.3. That is mighty cold. What a spectacular morning. Well, I better head inside again, for I let out all the warm. Well, it's not that warm inside, it's 7 degrees now, but warming it up. That was a pretty cold night. Minus 29.3 degrees Celsius is around minus 21 degrees Fahrenheit. And it's the coldest I've had it in the van, and it worked fine with getting up through the night and starting the engine. So I was able to stay warm and I was able to keep my van alive. I do not have engine block heater, so I need to take these measures so that I can get the van started without straining the engine too much. I also got a Noco battery starter or jump starter that I got this Christmas, and I have that for backup, but I'd rather not use it. I'd rather run the engine every now and then. So, made my coffee. I'm gonna do some work here, and I'm just gonna look at weather forecasts, and I'm gonna see what it's gonna be like here and what it's gonna be like further north. I might be moving north now, so we'll see. Cheers, my friends. You can't beat the light you get when it's this cold. And the quiet. Okay, it's time to get out of here. It's nearly 1 o'clock, and it's gonna stay cold like this for a few more days, looks like. So I'm just gonna drive north. I'm very happy how my van performed in this extreme cold. It's good to know that I can keep the engine warm through day of this or more. So now it's running like a clockwork. Well, good morning. We got a fresh dusting of snow. It's quite beautiful. And it insulates the van a little bit better. I just have to check that the sunroof with the ventilation is cleared. That'll be the one over there. I'm actually planning to do a little stunt here to clear that area of snow. I'm gonna use the drone. Let's see how that goes. Nah, that didn't really work. I was hoping that wind generated by the propellers would clear the snow around the sunroof over there, but it didn't work, so... Well, nice try. Got my morning coffee, and it's snowing outside. A light dusting. It's beautiful. I just love waking up to mornings when it's snowing. I've driven a bit further north. I'm just between Snåsa and Grong now, and I'm making my way up towards Lofoten. Gonna see if I can make a stop on the big mountain plateau called Saltfjellet, Salt Mountain. It's a very exposed and harsh area, so right now it's closed. It's also minus 30 degrees up there, so I don't want to go up quite yet. I'm hoping to stay up there in a few days. Absolutely crazy. And then I'll drive down to Bodø and take the ferry over to Lofoten. That's the plan so far. Plans change with the weather, so I just take it day by day and see where I end up. It's a beautiful cold day. It's gonna be a beautiful drive today going north. Very icy roads here, but it's cold, so it's dry ice. Here's the sand truck. Guessing it is too cold for salt, so they're putting on sand now, which I prefer. There's some mad shaking on these roads. It's all the ice that has been kind of cut up and just creates this checkerboard road basically. So it's just shaking and shaking. This is one of those situations where you should definitely have less pressure in the tires. So this seems to be working very well. I'm able to keep my temperature up inside, and it's holding. Good morning. Didn't expect it to get this cold. Minus 23, that's just a little bit below what I had hoped for. But hopefully my van will start well anyway. Beautiful, clear morning up here now. Gonna start the van and let it run for a little bit. As soon as it gets below minus 20, I'm getting a little bit concerned about starting the van, so gonna get it running now. Oh, it started, no problem there. A little bit slower than it usually is, but nothing to be concerned about. So I'm just gonna let it run until it's getting warm. Start making coffee and get this day started. So now you can see my lithium battery is below freezing. So it's not charging right now. You can see the current and power is at 0. But this should start the heat system inside the lithium battery, so it should be heating up now, and it should soon start charging as soon as it gets above freezing here. Cheers, my friends. So I have this little kind of wellness hack that I use when I'm out here planning stuff and I'm feeling tired in the morning. I always have this rule that I will not plan anything or make any decisions until I've had my first cup of coffee. I know that after the first cup of coffee, my mind changes and I get much more inspired and energized to get started with planning and stuff like that. So I just leave everything out and I just wait until I've had that cup of coffee. So the most important meal of the day. Didn't expect it to get this cold. It's as usual 5 degrees colder than it is on the forecast. Stay frosty. Okay, a little bit of a change of plans. I'm gonna do a little detour into Sweden. Gonna head up over the mountains to Hemmeland, and then I'm gonna circle back to Norway and go up on Saltfjellet, Salt Mountain. It's mighty cold around here now, so I don't know where I'm gonna end up camping for the night, but the plan is to be up on the mountain between Norway and Sweden. So that should be exciting. Wow, what a scenery. Look at those mountains up here. That's just beautiful. And this river, it's smoking. That means that the river is warmer than the air. Nice. Pure ice up here in the mountains. It's dry ice, so it's not super bad, but gotta be careful. It's so cold. So this valley is called Hattfjelldal, Hat Mountain Valley. I wonder where it got its name from. Wow, what an incredible scenery up here, high up under the border with Sweden. Gonna keep climbing up into the mountains and then cross the border and then go over to Hemavan. Just incredible up here. I'm now only like 100 kilometers south of the Arctic Circle, 60 miles south of the Arctic Circle. Not gonna cross the Arctic Circle today, but that's the plan to do that tomorrow, crossing the Salt Mountain. It's pretty far north now, of course, so it's 2:30 now and the sun is going down, which is, I would love to have a little bit more daylight so I could see more up here, but this light here, like the constant sunset and sunrise, is just spectacular. we got minus 30 degrees Celsius again. I got a warning on my drone saying that it was too cold and it was gonna land. So I got it down just in time. That is a new experience to me, but I was always curious how low it would go. So I can only imagine how cold it must have been. Like I guess I was 20 meters above ground, and it's moving fast as well, so probably minus 35 degrees Celsius up there. I'm gonna be late getting into Hemavan. Gonna do some shopping there. It's always cheaper to get good stuff in Sweden than in Norway, and also the diesel is cheaper here. Got about 30 more kilometers to go until I'm in Hemavan, so that's like 16 miles, something like that. But I'm gonna continue back towards Norway because it's just too cold up here. It's just not a good temperature to be camping in the van, and minus 30 is too much. I can do it like I did in Oppdal 5 days ago, but it's not comfortable really when you have to get up in the night and restart the van and stuff like that. Anyway, it's beautiful here up on the mountain on the borderlands between Norway and Sweden, just south of the Arctic Circle. Well, that's cold. That's a new record for me, actually. I put a sensor outside to see how cold it really is. No wonder my drone said stop. Minus 33.5 degrees Celsius. That's the lowest temperature I've ever measured in my van here. So I'm in Hemavan, got some shopping done. It's officially too cold here now. I can feel my transmission fluid is starting to get frozen. It's really like hard to do the clutch and the transmission. So I'm gonna head back into Norway now. I filled up with cheap diesel and some cheap food. And I'm just gonna head over to a little bit warmer climate. This is just too much for being in a van. You can feel things starting to go wrong if you stay here too long. So I'm gonna head over the mountains towards the ocean side. The sun has gone down and it might be a beautiful drive. I'm hoping I get to see some, that it doesn't get too dark. What a scenery. You can see why this is named the Blue Road, Blå vägen. You're basically driving towards the blue. So that was a bit much for the battery. Doesn't look like it's been taking any charge today, and when I stopped the temperature was down to -4. It's supposed to have built-in heat, so don't know what's happening here. It's been extremely cold. Now that I stopped, it's up to 0 degrees, and I can see it went up from 13.36 to 13.38 now. So I'll let the engine run for a little bit. It should do better than this with that heat built in. Or maybe it's just too cold. When it's nearly -35 degrees, maybe that's just too much. It's sitting on the floor, so it's extremely cold down there. That was an extremely beautiful drive, and the most cold thing I've ever done, I think. -33.7 degrees Celsius. That's just crazy. I'm gonna set up camp here, and the forecast is changing. It's getting super cold really fast now. So let's talk a little bit about safety. I know a lot of you are interested in that and how I solve my safety issues. I have several layers of redundancies. First thing is the van, of course, with the heating system. Number 2 is, of course, the heating system in the van itself. That could be used if you can start the van. I have my cell phone. There's really good service everywhere in Sweden and Norway, so it's very rare to not have cell service. So you can always call someone. You can call the tow truck, which is usually through the insurance company, which is doing a really good job. Another layer I have of safety redundancy is getting out my backpacking and camping gear. I have 2 tents with me, 2 winter tents, and I have 2 sleeping bags. One of the sleeping bags is rated at minus 35 degrees Celsius comfort, and that's a Western Mountaineering sleeping bag. Also, I have all my winter gear with me here, so that includes 2 stoves, one that runs on gasoline and one that runs on propane. I also have winter sleeping pads. I got 5 blankets and 1 winter comforter, woolen sweaters, winter pants, base layers, all that kind of stuff. I got 2 pairs of skis with boots, and I could pretty much be self-sufficient out here in winter land for several weeks probably. I've got freeze-dried food and food for being in the backcountry as well. So all in all, I think that I would be able to survive out here in almost any conditions. So that's my kind of safety net that I always bring with me in winter out here. If one layer of safety should fail, I have another one waiting. Good morning. It started snowing through the night, so it's warmed up considerably. It's minus 7 degrees outside now, and it is snowing. Beautiful. Got a big concern with my battery here. It is still not showing anything. It shows that it's using power now, but it's still at 85%, same that it was at when I went to bed. And I don't know what's going on here. I'm hoping it's just the app that's not working. I'm gonna see if I can get the temperature up again, but now it's -1. And that's too cold for charging. Yesterday it went up to 3 degrees and it was still not charging. So I don't know what's going on here. So I'm guessing I have to use my backup power source for the computer and stuff like that. I have an EcoFlow power station. I'm not going to use much of the van's battery for heavy purpose so that I can at least run the heater. So we'll see. I'm gonna go somewhere with internet. I have no internet here, and I'm gonna check on the ScanBet support page and see if I can get any answers there. Well, look here. It's been so cold that the water that was left in my kettle has frozen to solid ice. It was sitting in a cupboard at the bottom here. And this is also frozen. Wow. Pretty stuff. There's a lot of traffic here yesterday with these cars coming and parking to go to their cabins. Most of them were bringing or renting snowmobiles. Kind of concerned about that battery. I'm not very happy about it not showing any numbers that make sense. Let's hope it starts working properly as soon as it gets warm again. It has been extremely cold on the floor level of the van, so that might have caused it. Of course that caused it, but I did expect it to survive with the built-in heat and everything. With all this stuff frozen, my vinegar and my coffee kettle and everything that was sitting on the lower shelves of the cupboard, it's kind of the reason why I do not have any water in the tanks inside my van. Even though I never let it below freezing, I always keep heat in here. stuff freezes along the walls and along the floors, and you could see with the battery as well. So, you know, if you're going to be out here for some time and know that the weather is going to be harsh, your water is going to freeze in the tanks. The only thing that doesn't freeze is the toilet, the cassette toilet, because that's basically inside the toilet compartment or the toilet room, and the toilet room is the one place that stays the warmest. This is the mining town of Mo i Rana. Just below the Arctic Circle here now. This is awesome. So I got power here. I can try to make the batteries work again if I don't snow in, but this is beautiful. Absolutely stunning. So got power over here. Probably gonna be alone here now. Okay, since I now got electricity, I can run this space heater here and just warm up the battery as much as possible so that it'll start accepting charge again. Okay, yes, so that worked. Now you can see the temperature of the battery is 5 degrees and it's charging 231 watts and 16.8 amp hours. So it's gone up from 84% to 85. And it's gonna take 1 hour 28 minutes to charge. So that's very good. Now I feel relieved here. There's the first time for everything, and this is the first time my battery got so cold, even though it's got heat built in, that it would not take any charge. There's some heating built in that should warm up the battery enough for it to take charge, but I guess it's just been too cold. But now I'm connected to electricity, so I'm able to use this heater on electricity that warms up the battery, and now it looks like it's all good. I was just 1 degree below where it's taking charge. I was kind of worried that I would have to go to the shop or abort my adventure here, but now everything's good. So very relieved now. It's always good to make new experiences, but I had higher hopes for those batteries, but I did not expect to be in minus 34 degrees Celsius. It's a good adventure so far, and I'm super happy with this spot here, and it's a really affordable place to to camp. It's 230 Norwegian kroner with electricity, and that is $20, 20 euros. That's not bad at all. It's really cool to be right by the ocean here. Very happy that that problem was solved. It's one of those things that you really need to have in order, your batteries. It's a marina. So no open service buildings, but I still think this is an excellent offer. So I'm gonna put it on my YouTube members map that I post for those of you who are signed up as members on my channel, and also on my Patreon page for those who are signed up there, so that you can find it. It's just outside of Mo i Rana, and it's basically just on the water here, and it's 230 kroner, including electricity, but no other services now in winter. This is my temperature sensor that I keep outside when I'm parked. So now I'm gonna head up and over the notorious Saltfjellet, Salt Mountain, and I'm gonna cross into the Arctic. There's a lot of weather on the forecast, so I hope it's open. Let's go and have a look. Now I think we start with the real climbing up on the mountain itself. This should be exciting. There's a lot of wind, but not like a big storm yet. So the mountain is open. Danger of reindeer. So now we're actually on the Salt Mountain, Saltfjellet. It's amazing up here. It's 2 o'clock, it's getting dark, and we should be passing through the Arctic Circle pretty soon. Wow, this is amazing. incredible place. This is a barren landscape. Uh, Pretty cool. So I'm crossing into the Arctic Circle right now. Awesome road. Officially in the Arctic now. This is just awesome. So pretty up here. Got about 9 kilometers to go to where I was planning to camp, but I'll just take anywhere I can find up here really. It's so pretty. Here comes the train. think this looks like great camp. It's cool to be back in the Arctic again. It's so amazingly beautiful up here. So today or tonight and tomorrow morning it's gonna be kind of windy, but nothing bad. But later tomorrow it's gonna be a big storm. It's gonna be 28 meters a second winds, which is like 5 below hurricanes. So might have to get off the mountain here before that. Have to see. So it's my first time up here on Saltfjellet, and it's pretty spectacular up here. The wind is quite heavy right now, it's shaking the van, but I'm parking facing the wind, so it's not as bad as if I had a side wind or something like that. Anyway, it's only like nearly 3, it's dark outside, and very short days up here. Of course, we're in the Arctic now, so during the winter the days are short. The wind is howling, the van is shaking, and I guess there's a storm going on outside, so I'm gonna walk out and take a look at it. got a new microphone, so I'm trying to get the sound to be better from the wind. But this is what it's like in the Arctic. Going crazy here now. It's cold. It's cold even though it's not that cold. It's only like minus 11 degrees Celsius, but this wind is really doing something. So, kind of fun. I can feel my beard is frozen, which is pretty cool. Arctic weather. Better get in and start cozying up a little bit. Glad I drove up here. Love weather like this. That was cold. Feel like an iceman now. Whew, let's get off this without getting snow in the whole van. I'm so glad to be inside again. That was pretty harsh out there. Don't know if you can hear the wind now, but it's howling. The van is shaking and my heater is going full time. Well, good morning. A storm is raging outside and the van is shaking like crazy. I'm gonna get up and have a look and see what I'm gonna do. cool to be in an Arctic storm. I have this new mic that is mounted here, and it kind of kills the wind noise, I think. This is pretty awesome. I feel like Han Solo now. Actually look like Han Solo, I think, with this jacket here. So I just looking for my town here, and also scouting for Imperial spy drones. This is awesome. So first day in the Arctic, and it's a big storm, which is pretty cool. I need to see if I'm gonna get out of here or not. Woo! So I think I'm gonna be backing up a little bit. It's gonna get much worse. So I'm gonna be backing up to this structure here and get a little bit in shelter. This building has a little bit of a shelter from the direction of the wind. So it should take some of the worst off the van. So it looks like the wind direction will stay the same. So if I could just move over here. Yeah, that should help a little bit. Okay, I think it's time to get inside and make some coffee actually. It's a little past 9 and I haven't had my coffee. Sheltered on this side. picking up. Might be a good idea to actually get out of here before the really bad stuff happens. Okay, since it's going off quite heavily and it's gonna get much worse, I'm gonna head down the side of the mountain a little bit and see if I can find a place with a little bit more shelter. If I can just find something to park behind, that would be good. This is gonna be terrible. If I can see anything on the road, that is. It's so crazy outside now. Some quite extraordinary conditions. I'm so glad that this was what I found when I drove across into the Arctic. A real Arctic storm. So I have an empty toilet and full bottles of propane and plenty of food. So as long as my van doesn't capsize, I'm good. So here's a parking lot, but there's not gonna be any shelter there. Yeah, so that's not happening. Keep going. Well, there are some trees here. That'll help a lot if I can find a spot with shelter from the trees. Maybe this could work. Yeah, this feels much better. Behind these bushes here, it's helping a lot. Yeah, I think I'll stop here for coffee at least. I think that helped a lot with the bushes there basically. It's just kind of taking off some of the worst here. Still going off. I just got a notification on my phone that the road I'm on is closed. Time to make some of the most important meal of the day, coffee. Well, cheers, my friends. It's pretty crazy what's going on outside here now. It's a complete whiteout right now. I'm glad I came down a little bit. Only 3 kilometers actually, a mile and a half. The whole van is still shaking. Incredible stuff. So I'm just staying here until tomorrow, I guess, since the road is now closed anyway. Wow, it is so crazy over here. Have a look. I could get completely snowed in here, or like become part of a snowdrift, because the snowdrift always happen on the shelter side of objects, so I could become part of this wind drift. That would be cool. We'll see you tomorrow. Just enjoy this storm for now and coffee. Okay, so we're looking at 31 meters a second right now, but now it's a total whiteout. handle the weather. That is crazy. So this camera can't handle this weather, so I gotta switch into my other camera here. Wow, incredible. That's the worst I've ever experienced, I think. So it's actually just 2 meters a second below hurricane now, so quite crazy. But I feel perfectly safe here. My van feels perfectly safe placed here, so that's good. Crazy. Loving this. It's pretty harsh. I should have had my ski goggles. Definitively. Wow, this is intense. Really intense. How about that? That's a lot of blizzard out there. Oh man. Just wow. I had to make another cup of coffee after being out in that. It's such an incredible experience to be outside and just feel the elements. It's so nice to have a cup of warm coffee when I get inside. Well, the van is shaking a lot. It's good to park into the wind when it gets really bad because it's much more stable in the wind direction. I guess we're at the peak of this blizzard. It's just below hurricane force actually, which is a little bit more than what was forecast yesterday. But it's fine. It doesn't feel scary or dangerous up here. So cool. Might have to dig myself out tomorrow though. So the weather is easing up a little bit and they're actually doing a convoy across the mountain here now. I'm gonna try to film that if one of them pass me by here. I have a pretty good view of the road. Comes the convoy. That's a lot of cars. It's time for dinner. Today I'm gonna try something new and I'm gonna make a falafel. I'm feeling really hungry now, so it's gonna be nice to have some food. Okay, let's see how this is gonna taste. It's all vegetarian today, which I prefer sometimes. That's pretty nice. Cheers, my friends. Cheers. Well, good morning. After that massive blizzard yesterday, we now got some heavy snowfall here, and looks like it's gonna keep snowing for a while. I'm just above the Arctic Circle, and that blizzard I had yesterday was the most intense blizzard I've ever experienced in my van. The winds were close to hurricane force, actually. It was 31 meters a second, which is 2 meters a second below a hurricane. So that was something. I'm just finishing my second video in this series. Little did I know at the time of that video about this insane blizzard I had yesterday. I just booked a ferry ride to Lofoten, or rather to Værøy, which is further out in the ocean. So I'm gonna spend a night or two at that island before I take the ferry further on to Lofoten. It's kind of a weird thing. The ferry is free if you take it to Værøy first, and then it's free if you take it from Værøy to Lofoten afterwards. Okay, I am in Bodø, lining up to take the ferry to go to Lofoten. So looking forward to the ferry ride, but it's gonna get dark, so not gonna see much, I think. Not a lot of people here today. What an absolutely incredible place. This is awesome. Good morning. I had to move in the middle of the night from that beautiful spot up there. It got so windy, the whole van was shaking and I could not sleep, so I found a sheltered spot. Not scenic at all, but I have a direct view of the ocean and mainland. So here's a big problem. Looks like I'm gonna get stuck here on this island in a massive hurricane. The forecast is for 36 meters a second winds. That's well above hurricane force. And out on this island, Værøy, it's an ironic name actually. It means weather island. There's not a lot of places to choose from to camp. And I have to really be careful about what I choose. My ferry leaves tonight before the massive hurricane. But as far as I know, that ferry is gonna be cancelled. So I'm not gonna be able to continue over to Lofoten until the hurricane has passed. It could be 3 days or it could be a week. So we'll just have to see how this goes. It could get really exciting. I hope it doesn't get dangerous because the wind is supposed to keep shifting from south to north to west to east. And I don't know if I can find a spot that's sheltered from all of that wind. Out here is mainland Norway, direction of Bodø. I'm gonna take a tour around the island now before the storm hits and show you some of the scenery. It looks pretty spectacular. Beautiful, beautiful place. It's a lot of ice, but very little snow. This is islands and coastal climate, so much less wintry than other places. With this hurricane and storm coming, there should be a lot of snow coming up in the mountains of Lofoten, where I'm hoping to head, but it might be rain down here by the ocean. We'll see. Should be exciting anyway. Looks like the boat to Lofoten is going. It's not a big storm yet, but there's gonna be hurricane force winds tomorrow. So I can see it on the marine traffic app that the boat is coming this way. So they canceled the other ferry routes around this area. Probably pretty hardcore weather out on the ocean now. Well, now it's happening here. It came out of nowhere. Pretty nasty. Here comes the ferry. It had to do several circles before it came into the harbor. So, pretty rough. There was some crazy wind right now. But here it is. Let's hope I can get on and we can get back to Lofoten. Some good seamanship there. That was a big win. Pushed the whole front out. Business. Crazy stuff. Never seen anything like this before. Excellent seamanship. Okay, made it over on the ferry. Here it's pounding. I got my van parked in the harbor here, and it's facing the wind for now, so feels pretty solid, but it's gonna get way worse than it is now. But it's midnight, and I think I need to go to bed and get some sleep. So I'm in Lofoten now, in Moskenes, at the ferry terminal, and it's gonna be a hurricane. So I've parked here and I'm just gonna ride the hurricane out here. I think there's only a few hours of daylight every day, so now it's around noon and it's pretty gloomy. It should get dark by 2:30. Well, it's really going on now. I moved the van to stand between a couple of bigger cars. This is a Volkswagen Caravelle here, just to get some more shelter. I think the wind is at around 31 meters a second now, and it is going off. And today is Saturday, and this is gonna go on until Tuesday. So this could be a long stretch of bad weather. So all the ferries are cancelled. Spoke to some Germans that were also parked here a little while ago, and they were gonna take the ferry tomorrow. I do not think that is gonna be possible. So, hunkering down. I wish I had a place with a little bit more shelter, but I guess the wind direction and being kind of in between these other bigger cars here is doing me a favor. Whoa. Now it's really going off here. Definitively borderline scary now. It has turned into a hailstorm. It was cracking here a second ago. Now it stopped. Well, this has been a special and quite boring day. Sitting in a harbor here in a parking lot, and the wind is doing crazy stuff. So tomorrow I think I'm just gonna go when there's daylight, and I'm gonna head further north on Lofoten and find a little bit more shelter. Okay, it's dinner time, and after this exciting day I'm gonna be making some comfort food. I'm gonna make a burger with French fries. Simple and tasty. Good stuff. Let's see how the burger tastes. that was a rough night. Some of those wind gusts were really shaking up my van, and hasn't really started yet. It's 8:30, it's Sunday morning, and I'm gonna do the only right thing, and I'm gonna get north about an hour to a little town called Leknes, and I'm gonna park behind a big building there, because the wind is gonna get up to 41 meters a second over the next couple of days, and I need to be out of this wind here. So the peak here yesterday was 31 meters a second, and that felt like everything was gonna just fly away, and felt like the sunroof would blow off or something. So it's not light yet, because the sun doesn't get up until around 10. So I would have wanted to do this drive in daylight, but better go now when it's a little bit of a calm hour or two before it starts picking up again. There's a few bridges you have to go over, and I don't want to go over those if there's a hurricane blowing. Okay, I'm now at the center of the little town of Leknes in Lofoten, and I'm just reading that this storm that's coming in tomorrow around 3 o'clock is gonna peak, and it's gonna be one of the worst hurricanes they've ever seen up here. So that's a bit too much. I hope that this building that I'm parked next to will keep me sheltered, so it looks like it for now, but it's gonna be up to 50 meters a second. So here I am. Glad I didn't stay down by the harbor in Moskenes. That would have been not good. Hopefully I can stay sheltered here. Sunday today. It's still 24 hours until that big storm is happening. The guy they interviewed in the newspaper who does the weather, he has been doing it for 40 years and he had never seen weather like this, so that should be interesting. Hope that I can stay sheltered behind this large building here. That harbor down there was not good. So right now I cannot feel any wind in my van, but these flags just above the parking lot here, they're feeling something. So this weather calls for a different treatment. So today I actually went and got a pizza, which is something I rarely do when I'm in the van, but I couldn't be bothered to make anything today. Gotta have the pizza before the storm. So here's the weather that I left at Værøy, the island I was staying at. You can see tomorrow at 11, it peaks at 43 meters a second gusts. That's like 10 meters a second above hurricane. That is pretty brutal. And where I stayed the previous nights at Moskenesvågen, the harbor, it's gonna peak at noon tomorrow at 42 meters a second. I'm pretty confident that I'm sheltered where I'm parked right now, so this should hit the building and I should be pretty safe behind here. Thursday in a week, we get winter again. I'm getting a lot of warnings about this weather on my phone now, but I do think I'm well prepared. I have shaved. That should be all set for this storm of the century now, or hurricane of the century. They actually call it a strong hurricane in force. What's gonna happen on the coast 10 kilometers from here. I would have loved to go out to the coast and see it, but that's not gonna happen because I'm not taking my van out into such conditions. That would be really stupid. They're saying now waves up to 25 meters. That's 75 feet. That's quite a lot. And they say the hurricane force could also get up to 50 meters a second. Well, good morning. It's the day of the big hurricane. It's 9 o'clock. It's supposed to peak around 10 or 11. I can hear it's really going off, but here in this spot that I chose, it's been really sheltered through the night. I had a great night's sleep. Didn't feel any like dramatic shaking of the van or anything, just a few little wind gusts coming around the corners here, so looks like it's working so far. The wind is gonna go up 10 more meters a second by the time it peaks, so there's still some left to go. But I was able to make my coffee and I'm just gonna chill here and I'm just gonna chill here and do some work while it's going on. Oh, now it's shaking. Seems to be working pretty well so far. Being here in the shadow of this building, in the shelter of this building, you can see it's really going sideways now, the rain. Seems to be working pretty well so far. Being here in the shadow of this building, in the shelter of this building. Well, good morning. It's a Tuesday morning. This is starting to get a little bit tedious. A storm is still going on. That peak yesterday was not so bad. Here I was parked, but looking at the news, it looks like houses have blown down. Concrete cinder blocks have moved and tipped over. Cars have been blown 20 meters across the roads and stuff, so it has been really bad, but my sheltered spot has been really good. Problem is that on Thursday morning there's gonna be a new hurricane. It's gonna have the same brutal force, but it's gonna come from north, so that's the total opposite direction of this previous one. So I was hoping that there would be some better weather so that I could see some more of Lofoten in winter, but definitely not gonna happen. So by Thursday morning, early morning, like 6 a.m., I need to have found a place that is sheltered from the opposite direction. Back to that again. I kind of regret going to Lofoten. It's just been misery, actually, and I could have been somewhere else and have some proper winter, not these extreme hurricanes. I'm not that big of a fan of these coastal hurricanes in winter. It can be fascinating if you're not in a van, but in a van I think it's too much of a hassle to find safe places and shelter, and should probably have been in Sweden instead. Okay, so there's a little bit of a let-up, so I'm heading out now for a few hours to empty my toilet and to see if I can get some views of the ocean. To stay safe, I'm really not wanting to go out to the ocean when the storm is raging, or the hurricane is raging, because it's been so bad. The waves might not be as brutal and cool as they are at the peak of the storm, but not much I can do about that. I need to stay safe. That's the most important thing. So this is the inland sea, sheltered around Leknes. I'm gonna head out here on the other side of the island. Looks intimidating out there. quiet side of the island on a quiet day. Looks like this. But on Thursday it's gonna hit this side really hard. So what you saw there is one of the reasons why many and people die in Norway every year. They either get swiped away to sea or they fall off a cliff. And that's usually the reason for most search and rescues in Norway. It's going off out there. Wow. Crazy stuff. Here as well. So that is as much as I dare to do in this weather. This is kind of the day where it's a little bit of a let up. And now we have 2 hurricanes on the forecast coming in tonight and on Thursday. It's just crazy out here these days. I wish I wasn't here, but need to make the best out of it, I guess. Well, it was kind of cool to see what the ocean was like. Now it's kind of a calm day in between. Yesterday I think the waves were as high as 15 meters, and today they're only like 5 or 6 meters. So what I filmed was maybe a third of what it was yesterday. I'm pretty sheltered here. Talked to the store manager here again, and he said that it was completely fine to park around this store here. It's a really good building because it's big and square, so you can move around the building depending on wind direction. And the wind is gonna change. Now it's coming from southwest, and it's gonna change and come from northwest on Thursday. Exciting days. This is what it's like going from middle of the wind to where I'm parked in the shelter. Look at this. And then into the shelter. One more time. then shelter. Incredible. Just incredibly grateful to Rema 1000 in Leknes for allowing me to stay here, because that is some serious weather. Whew. actually thinking about evacuating tomorrow. Okay, I decided it was time to leave the area with the third hurricane coming in, and it's gonna hit 44 meters a second winds where I was in Leknes, and then it was gonna hit 47 meters a second winds in Svolvær, which I just passed through now. So started at 7 this morning, and I'm gonna head away from Lofoten. I'm gonna continue north. I'm gonna go to Setermoen, or that area. Looks much better on the forecast. Only got like a little bit of a storm up there, but there's gonna be a lot of snow, so we might get a blizzard and a snowstorm. Anyway, I didn't feel it was safe with the van in those wind conditions. I was able to find sheltered spots, but I've never experienced 44 meters a second winds. That's like so far above the hurricane threshold that it's just ridiculous. They say it's one of the most extreme storms that have hit the Lofoten area up here in the Arctic north, so that says something, I guess. So yeah, gonna find a little bit better place, and gonna be a quite long drive today through not so good conditions, a lot of snow and sleet and icy roads possible today. But should be a fun drive. Snowstorm here. It's kind of early for that, but I guess there was snowstorms on the forecast today as well. Just not as powerful as they're gonna get tomorrow. Good morning. It is February the 1st, and yesterday I drove away from the worst part of this hurricane. The top 5 list of the most windy places this morning had 4 of my previous week's camp spots on the top 5. So really glad I drove away from that. I saw that at Moskenes an hour ago, where I parked in the harbor, the wind had been 43 meters a second. Quite insane. And also Værøy, where I was out on that island, that also had 43 meters a second winds. The record wind burst was 60 meters a second. That's crazy. I hear that the weather people have not seen that before in Norway as well, so it's kind of exceptional. And it also proves what I've said before, that the weather forecast can be one of your best safety tools. Always be aware of what's going to happen weather-wise. I was walking around town down in Leknes and seeing if I had options to take the van inside. There's a lot of lumber yards where you can drive inside the building and park up when you do your shopping. And I spoke to a few of them, and I think I could have been able to park inside as the hurricane reached its peak this morning. But I decided on going north, so I'm further north and out of the hurricane zone. There's going to be a snowstorm here later today, but it's not going to be record-breaking hurricane force. I'm further north in the Arctic, and I'm parked at the ski stadium. So there's a lot of skiers coming out now before the storm hits up here. It is 11 now. The storm is going to hit around 1 or 2 o'clock. Only February 1st, so only had 3 weeks, and it's been the most exciting and dramatic, intense weather weeks I've had ever. So this is quite something. A lot more to come, I guess. Cheers, my friends. Okay, here comes the snow now. Beautiful. It's gonna snow a lot today, and then the wind is gonna pick up, and we're probably gonna have a blizzard in a couple of hours. Here comes that wind too. That was just the first gust of wind. Well, now it's starting here. This is gonna be pretty cool, I think. This kind of snow is brilliant. The wind is gonna pick up, and we're gonna have a blizzard pretty soon. And there's gonna be a huge amount of snow. So I'm just taking a walk here around. I'm camped at this ski stadium. Just gonna look around. Well, we're looking at a whiteout. Well, it just broke out right now. Incredible. Now we're talking. Well, I always seem to end up in this kind of weather. calming down a little bit, so I can take out this camera, which is normally not so good in snowy conditions. It freezes, the gimbal freezes, but now it seems to be working. This is quite something. Very happy I went up here, away from Lofoten, because there's still a massive snowstorm here coming in, so I'm not complaining. I have this huge parking lot almost to myself. Ski stadium. Nobody's out skiing in this weather, or there's a couple, but that's about it. Hope you can hear what I'm saying in this wind. So I'm parked behind this snow wall here, which makes it kind of sheltered because the wind direction is coming from out here, so that's all good. I'm like a wild snowman here now. This. Gotta just love this. Whew. It's so beautiful. Snow is the most amazing thing in the world. So I'm using my other microphone now, so you can hear me talking. I'm guessing it's too much wind for the built-in microphone in the camera. Getting crazy now. This is actually worse than it was up on Saltfjellet a week ago. So I count myself lucky from time to time. The microphone might be out, but I don't know. I feel like Han Solo up here. Incredible. still out here filming. It's just magic to film this stuff here. The lighting here is perfect with these lights around this ski run here. Just makes the images really cool and pop because you get lightning. It's getting dark and then you get lights and then you got snowstorm, and it's just very awesome. Oh man. Fingers are getting cold. I think it's time to get inside. I have to make a few sacrifices here on what I allowed to get wet. And right now, I'm gonna just walk into the bathroom before I undress. Good times. Shut this down. There's the light out. What an amazing weather experience. Very happy with the direction here because the wind is coming straight towards the front of my van, and that's the most stable way to be positioned. It's only 3 o'clock. It's pretty much dark outside. I'm much further north again than I was in Lofoten. Ooh, tricky. I need a cup of coffee to enjoy this time. Coffee is served. You hear the wind. Some good stuff going on outside. Whole van is shaking, but feels very safe here. Here it comes. Shake in the house. Amazing. So cozy in here now. Warm and nice. And got a cup of coffee. It's gonna be over by tonight, so I'm expecting a good night's sleep. Do not usually sleep very well if the van is shaking, and sometimes the covers of the sunroofs, they make this rattling noise. It's kind of annoying if the wind comes from a certain angle. Just see the snow just going past the windows here. Quite awesome. Okay, so it's dinner time, and today I'm gonna make some quesadillas. I'm gonna make it simple and fast, so I can enjoy the most of this snowstorm. Well, the storm is picking up again. It's pretty awesome. Don't know if you can see anything through the window here. Okay, let's try the quesadillas. That's nice. Love those little jalapenos. Forgot to say that I'm using pesto as a kind of a sauce inside. Always think that pesto makes for an interesting taste. Well, one thing's for sure, and that's I'm gonna be snowed in tomorrow. That should be interesting. Okay, gonna go outside a little bit and see how much snow has come down, if I'm blocked in or not. It's only 8 o'clock, so there could be a lot more snow coming, so I'll just see what it is like right now. That's not too bad. I definitely thought it would be worse than this. There's a lot of snow on the roof, but that's okay. That's fine for now. It's made like a shark fin at the back of the van here. That's pretty cool. Over here. The shark fin van. It's my cozy office. Nice. Feels even more cozy when there's snow like this. Feels like a Christmas cabin or something. Very nice. Well, so no problem getting out. If it stays like this, I'll have to see. There's a lot more snow on the forecast, so could be more, but all good after this snowstorm. Okay, let's check the roof. Oh. It's basically blown pretty clean. That's fun. So the plow was just here and opened up the parking lot. So shouldn't be any problem getting out tomorrow. Good morning. The storm has passed, and this morning there's a lot of new snow, and I thought I would have to dig myself out of this, but there's been a plow tractor here this morning, and he just kind of licked the parking lot clean, so there's gonna be no digging to do. Looks like he's been super thorough, so I'm pretty much in the clear already. Might have to get some snow off the roof here because there's a good deal of snow on the roof that needs to go off before driving. But looks beautiful outside. Let's head north into the deep white unknown. Well, I'm on the road again, and it's a snowstorm on the road today. Not easy to see much. Might be stopped somewhere and not being able to go further. Looks like it's gonna get worse here. Uh-oh. The road is so bad. It's a complete disaster. Have to wonder if they don't have snow plows up here. Shaking, shaking, shaking. This window looks very Christmassy now. I'm parked by an abandoned Sami camp. It's abandoned for the winter. Okay, I had a great night's sleep and a relaxing day here at this Sami village. I'm now gonna head towards the Lyngen Alps. It's a really spectacular mountain range in Arctic Norway. It's gonna be good weather in a couple of days, so I might be able to see some of that and maybe go out and explore a little bit. Gonna be huge avalanche danger up there, so I'm not probably gonna go on any mountains with my skis, but might be able to get out and explore some. I'm not gonna go into any avalanche areas, that's for sure. So very convenient. I met the plow truck and asked about this spot here, and he said it was perfectly safe in terms of avalanche danger. So I have a beautiful place here to be camped tonight. It's a pretty cool place. Right by the tunnel here, right by the Lyngen Fjord. Can't wait to see what happens when the clouds lift. It is snowing quite heavily now. Well, it's quite a beautiful evening. You should see the mountains up here. I'm not able to film it because it's too dark, but it seems to be really getting beautiful and pretty. Let's hope the wind doesn't get too strong so that the snow stays on the trees and everything. This should be a winter wonderland. There's a good amount of new snow on the ground and I'm just wading through it, so the van is also getting completely covered. Very nice. How about that avalanche? That was pretty crazy. That's over the tunnel. The tunnel is probably built because of the avalanches. There's a lot of avalanches out here, so now with all this new snow, it should be super high avalanche danger, I imagine. I have an app for that, and I checked it, and where I'm standing, there's absolutely no danger of avalanches or like a run-out zone, so like, wow, no. The wind. Wow, there was another avalanche. Huh. They're going off over here. I missed it with my camera, but going straight into the sea here. Another avalanche. That's the third one that I've seen. Crazy stuff. Huh. This is the view out my window this morning. Amazing stuff. incredible road this is. This is just stunning. Absolutely gorgeous. One of the prettiest roads I've driven in Norway. It's just winter wonderland around every corner here. Good morning. What a beautiful place. Got my coffee. Got way colder than I anticipated. It was below minus 18 degrees Celsius through the night. I could feel it was colder and it was harder to keep the temperature up, so the heater worked much harder. But who cares when you're in this beautiful place here? Nice. Got another really cool van over here. Came in just now. Looks like it's from Finland. It is 2 o'clock. It's getting dark. So gonna get up on this mountain plateau here and see if I can find a cool campsite. Well, there's some reduced visibility, but that's okay. What a long climb this is. I think we're getting close now. All right, Sennalandet, Senna country. This is a long, high mountain plateau, or I should rather say Arctic mountain plateau, because it's not that high in elevation, but it is pretty far north, and it is gorgeous up here. Wonder how cold it's gonna get. This is a very cold place. Been getting minus 20 today. Let's see how far it drops. There is something so epic about this place here. Okay, it's dinner time. Gonna see if I can make a pasta salad from the leftovers of the pasta I made yesterday. I'm gonna see if I can come up with something inventive. So, from yesterday, I have pasta and chickpeas. Gonna use some pesto, of course, some baby spinach. Gonna have these jalapenos or whatever they are here, some tomatoes and a pepper and a light beer. That's good. So just a big bowl of salad and Darwin on the trail on the YouTube.
And hopefully it'll let up for the next handful of hours. But, again, didn't really expect the basin to be so damn wet. Later that morning, the rain finally stopped and allowed us to get a good, drier look at what lay ahead.
So tasty. Okay, I'm on the roof here. This must be the darkest place I've ever been. I wonder what's going on. There's a car coming over here. There's absolutely no light up here. It's a little bit windy, actually. Wow. Look at this place here. The sun isn't quite up yet. It's 8:30. And here it comes. Well, good morning. How about those northern lights last night and this sunrise? The mountains are getting pink behind me here and the sun is coming up here. It's now 8:45 and the sun is still not up. I'm at about 70.5 degrees north. Gonna drive north for about 200 more kilometers or 120 miles, and I will reach the North Cape, which is the northernmost point of Europe. That is probably gonna be quite spectacular today. It's such a huge, sea cliff that just dives into the ocean, and if the weather cooperates, which the forecast says it should be stunning out there. So that's the plan for today. But first, the most important meal of the day, coffee. The sun is almost here. Now here it comes. So there's the sunshine on my face. Nice. Today I am camped up on Sennalandet, Senna country. It's a mountain plateau and it is pretty open and wide and wild and spectacular up here. It got super cold last night. I was freezing in the back of my van. I kept my heater at 8 degrees Celsius, which I normally do, and I was just so cold through the night. And I think that's because the wind was coming from behind the van, and it kind of just creeps in when the wind comes in from behind. It's much better to be facing the wind. But anyway, I'm really looking forward to this day. It's going to be amazing to see these sights here. And the road out to the North Cape is just spectacular. I'm going to try to fly my drone and get some beautiful shots. Amazing place. It got really frosty up here. What an absolutely gorgeous place. So I'm heading towards a place called Skidi, where I need to refill my AdBlue. I've been getting a lot of questions about AdBlue because it has a freezing point of minus 11 degrees Celsius, and I'm pretty much constantly below minus 11. when I'm out here on my Arctic tour. And I have to say, I've never had any issues with my AdBlue. Never got any warning about it freezing or anything. It just tells me when it's time to refill. And it's time now, so I'm gonna do that at Skydi. I was looking at Google Maps yesterday, Street View, to see if the gas station had any AdBlue pumps, and on the Google Maps Street View I could clearly see the AdBlue symbol on one of the pumps. So that's pretty cool. So I don't have to, I don't know, go to Laxell or something, because it's pretty far between fueling stations out here. What a gorgeous place. You could just stay up here with a van for weeks and just go skiing and explore these areas. Maybe I'll have to return this way. We'll see. Gonna head to North Cape now, so could be even more stunning. Got my AdBlue refilled here at this pump at Skydi. Time to continue north. To North Cape, and it's a pretty magical road, and in this light here it should be stunning. I'm hoping it's clear all the way out. Sometimes there's mist and fog and clouds and stuff, but it looks pretty clear today. So this should be awesome. We got 26 kilometers left. That's like 14 miles. Got a big climb now up on the North Cape Plateau. So it's icy, but dry ice, so shouldn't be any problem. Should be amazing up there. It's sunset. Well, it's sunset all day, basically, but it's 1:30, and it's gonna be dark in an hour. So let's start this climb and get up and see some amazing sights, some amazing light. 9%. Up we go. This is some road. Low Arctic sun. Last stretch. No convoy today. "13 kilometers. This is a tricky drive here, I think. Well, it was kind of tricky down there, but feels better here. Crossing into the North Cape, I think it's a national park, so it's a no drone zone. So, not gonna be able to fly my drone here, but that's okay. Got some good shots coming in here. Right in the sunset, and we got a plow truck in front of us, and we got 700 meters to go. I think that point out there is Knivskjellodden. Knivskjell Peninsula, Probably means something like a knife shell peninsula. Here we are. Bunch of snow here. Oh, looks like this whole huge parking lot here has nobody on it, and it's not been plowed. This was what I was planning to stay here, but it looks like it's completely closed. North Cape. Well, no, I was wrong. There's vans here. Couple. Oh, I missed. Look at that sunset. Well, this is cool. Pretty sure there will be Northern Lights tonight. It's gonna be even cooler. Awesome stuff. Well, there's that. And out here we got the North Pole. So that's the northernmost point in Europe. Great place to visit. No people here, or very few people compared to in summer. Although I saw a cruise ship down in the harbor and plenty of buses, but I guess they have left now. So, can recommend this in winter. If you can stand the driving, it can be pretty sketchy. Look at this sunset here. everyone left from the plateau here, so I'm pretty much alone here now, and there's a storm coming tomorrow. I'm hoping it will not hit until in the afternoon maybe, but it could be in the morning. I know it's pretty hard to get out of here if it gets bad, so I'm hoping the roads will stay open so I can leave tomorrow. But now it's dinner time, and I'm gonna do my funny little hamburger trick again. I just discovered I had a hamburger I need to get rid of, so I'm gonna do that burrito trick again. Feels like this is gonna be an awesome meal up here on the North Cape Plateau. I just saw the plow truck outside. Nobody else here, so it's only 6 o'clock. 5:30 actually. And I can't wait for those northern lights to show up. That's gonna be pretty awesome. So I got these burgers again. Looks real tasty. Let's hope I can make it not fall apart. Nice stuff. That is so good. I think I'm gonna watch episode from Mispronounced Adventures. I really enjoy his videos. Okay, so I've decided to get out of here. It's 10 in the evening and there's a big storm coming in, and I want to be off this mountain by the morning because it's gonna hit pretty early in the morning. It's already blowing quite heavily up here, so the van is shaking and it's gonna get very uncomfortable. So gonna get off the difficult roads and down to Honningsvåg, I think. guess it was a good thing that I came down here to the town last night. Pretty strong winds down here. Can only imagine what it's like up on the North Cape Plateau. And it's gonna get much stronger. Well, the weather is pretty bad and it's gonna stay this way for 3 days, so there might not be any reason to be out here on this island peninsula, because I wanted to see some stuff, but it's just going off here, so I'm not gonna drive out on any of the exposed roads, but I'm gonna do a little bit of sightseeing now around this Arctic town of Honningsvåg. I've never been out like on the side roads out in the fjords here, so I'm gonna take a look in this snowstorm here. This is pretty much the northernmost town in Europe. There's a couple of like teeny tiny ones, Skarsvågen and something like that, but pretty much on the same latitude is this? Nordvågen. Pretty awesome. So we're at around 71 degrees north. It's pretty much as far north as the northernmost place you can get to in Alaska. It is brutal now. This is going off around the corner here. So I'm gonna start heading further into the Arctic now. Not further north, because this was the northernmost point, but it's a little bit touristy, but now I'm gonna head into the more remote areas. That should be a lot of fun. So I'm heading through a snowstorm, and that's something I need to do now because it's gonna get worse over the coming days, and I don't want to be caught in here. There could be convoy driving on these roads here, but we'll see. I'll drive through this snowstorm and see how bad it is. Oh, feels pretty bad. That's some heavy wind. Woo. Snowbanks. So out there is Honningsvåg, by Honningsvåg. It is just so pretty here. I think the Arctic in winter is the most beautiful thing I can imagine. Highly recommend anyone who can figure out a way to experience that to do it. Better get into the tunnels. This is so crazy. Good thing about being in a van is that you're higher up, so you get a little bit more visibility than you would in a sedan car. But snowstorm it is. Pretty epic. Pretty epic drive here now. Well, see much now, but wow. Looks like we got a closed road here. That is no good. Nah. So, don't know if I'm gonna just park here for the night. There's a good parking spot here, and I guess there's a mobile phone mast right next to me here, so don't know. Well, it's a pretty harsh day up here, but it's beautiful. The wind is going off and I could not get through now. Just enjoy this snowstorm here for now. Didn't expect to be in this because I was planning to be out of here, but here we are. I'm gonna head back to Honningsvåg. It's only 16 kilometers back. Instead of sitting here waiting, head back and spend some more time here. It's such a gorgeous place. So 10 miles back to Honningsvåg, and then we'll see you again tomorrow. back in the same spot here. The wind is pretty harsh. My van is really shaking even though it should be sheltered, so I don't know what this wind is doing. But it is much harder than it was forecast. Oh, I haven't really felt this shaking in the van since I was in a hurricane. So all the roads around here are now closed. You cannot get out to the North Cape and you cannot get back to civilization. So you gotta stay in these towns here. Honestly, I have to say I'm getting really tired of these storms now. It's can be exciting and fun and stuff like that, but I'm kind of over it. It's been so stormy this winter. I don't have a number for how many hurricanes I've been in. This is not a hurricane, but it's uncomfortable when the van is shaking from the wind. I don't enjoy that very much any longer. And this is a really beautiful place where you just want to be out and see stuff, but now all the roads are closed, so I'm stuck here. Nothing to do about that. I'm totally fine. I'm right next to a store, and I got everything I need, so absolutely no complaints, but it is a bit too much. So we're looking at everything closed. I'm sitting there at the blue dot. Just wait out this stuff here. So, just gonna make myself comfortable. I'll read a little bit. Lead child now. And this wind is just shaking the whole van. Kind of annoying, actually. It's actually the first time I felt really fed up with this. So now I'm just gonna make it cozy and read the book. Be nice and warm in here. This is without a doubt the most annoying storm I've been in. It's not the strongest by far, but this is just killing me. It is just shaking so crazily, and it's just a constant ongoing thing. And it's got like these sustained winds that's been going on for 12 hours now, so can't really sleep. This would be the time to take a sleeping pill if I had one. But it's just shaking, and then there's these gusts that come in that are probably around, I don't know what they are, but they go heavy on the sunroofs and stuff, so everything is just making crazy noises and shaking, so it is annoying. You would think it would be easy to sleep in something like this, and yes, if it was only the sound of the wind, but it's this constant shaking, and then it stops for a little bit and shakes, and then there's like some big pop that goes on, like sunroof goes something like that. It should be sheltered, but it's just like slightly off, apparently. According to the forecast, it should be completely sheltered here, but I guess the wind is just coming from everywhere here out in the Arctic Ocean. So I really hope I can get out of here tomorrow. I can't. It's gonna go on for another 36 hours from tomorrow morning, so I just don't want to be in this any longer. I'll try to get back to sleep again. It's around midnight now. So I looked at the forecast again, and it's gonna go on for, I said 36 hours, but it's actually gonna go on for more than 48 hours more, so I hope there's a little bit of a room to get out of here tomorrow. Well, good morning. That was a rough night. Probably the roughest one I've had in the van so far. It was just shaking and pounding and making all kinds of noises. And I should have been sheltered here, and the wind wasn't higher than 28 meters a second, but still, this was way worse than any hurricane I've been in for some reason. And I've been walking around this building this morning to see if there is any shelter, and there's absolutely no shelter around this huge building. So the wind is just finding its own path around here, and It's just awful, actually. And now I'm trapped. This morning I was looking at the forecast and the road conditions, and it's actually closed because of a huge avalanche. So there's no way of getting out of here. I can see all these trucks are coming here to park up as well. Probably trucks that should have been out of here. And they're all parking up here. And there's a French van in front of me as well here. So I guess people are just gonna ride it out. And it's gonna get much worse tonight, so it doesn't feel unsafe. It's just completely super annoying with all this shaking and pounding in the van. But I got coffee. And I'm parked next to a store here, so I got all the supplies I need, and they even have propane, so I switched my bottle yesterday, and I was able to empty my toilet and get some fresh water as well, so I can stay here for as long as it takes. So I took the van and moved into the center of the city, and I'm parked right in the harbor. This is pretty awesome. So basically I cannot feel any crazy winds here. It feels pretty sheltered, so this should be my spot for the night, I think. For now it feels much better than where I was, where it was just pounding like crazy. So pretty good spot here now. Feels like much less wind here in the heart of the town. Now I just got an update on my phone that roads are closed until 10:30 tomorrow at least. So we'll see how things go. There's also another avalanche going towards North Cape, so I can't go in that direction either. All the roads up there are closed, so that's not a possibility. There's also a road out to a tiny little town a little bit further north. That's closed by an avalanche as well, so big avalanche week. But if things pass tomorrow, I might stay in the area of North Cape longer, because there's much more stuff to see. So maybe it's all for the good in the end. I've been hanging out here for a day now, 24 hours. Looks like all the roads might start opening later today or tomorrow. There's gonna be a convoy on one of them, but I'm not gonna take that one because that's the one that gets me out of here. That should start tonight maybe, but the road a little bit further out from there is, or in from there, is still closed. I'm planning to head back up to the North Cape again. I didn't feel like I got to spend enough time up there. When the roads open late tonight or tomorrow, I might head up there again. It's so awesome up there. I really want to see the northern lights from the northernmost point of Europe. It's kind of fun to be trapped somewhere in the Arctic, even though this is a little town here, so. Okay, that was 4 days or 5 days. I'll never get back. Roads are open now, except for the one up to the North Cape, which has convoy. The wind is picking up again, and the forecast says new storms coming in tomorrow night and the following days. So I'm just gonna head out of this exposed area and get into the higher Arctic plains where it's colder and it should be less windy according to the forecast. So it should be a long good drive down to Lakselv and Karasjok, and then I might turn into Finland, or I might turn around and head north closer to Russia. Fascinated by the other side of the fjord here. Almost feels like something see on the Great Plains of Wyoming or Utah or something. Except for the ocean, of course. I wonder what's out there. Okay, I have left the North Cape area. Spent a couple of days just working on videos close to Lakselv, and now I'm heading north and east again. Gonna head up and over the notorious Ifjordfjellet, Ifjord Mountain, There's a TV show on Norwegian television about the snow plowing up on that mountain. There should be a snowstorm tonight, so I might end up in another snowstorm. Yeah, let's head east and north again for some more amazing stuff. So I'm up on Børsfjellet now. That is directly translated Stock Market Mountain. And this is a pretty cool and exposed area. I'm gonna start climbing up to the barren plateau now. This should be exciting. Hope I can find a good parking spot up there. The wind is blowing up now and we're starting to see some snowdrift across the roads here. So they might close this road later today, I think, but we'll see. completely empty up here. I haven't seen one single car since I drove up on this mountain. Hope there's somewhere to park. Haven't seen any place yet. It's really strange. Might be because of reindeer territory. Some proper snowdrifts here. It's 2 o'clock. It's getting dark. Well, here they are. The gold of the north. I've driven across this mountain once in summer, and it's absolutely gorgeous up here on these high plains, but there's no way you can see any of that now. It's nearly a whiteout in reindeer country. There's so little snow up here. Well, people up here are complaining that all the snow arrived in the south this year, and that is true, but too much snow in the south and quite little here. This is pretty steep. Gotta be careful here. I am pretty close to where the road is closed. There's a snowplow, and I think this is the start of the snowstorm we're seeing now. I'm not sure if I can get up on this mountain, so I might just have to park here. Here we go. This was on the forecast, and I am expecting it to close, but I'm gonna drive up to this convoy staging area, and I'm gonna see if I'm gonna park here for the night, or if I'm gonna go up on the mountain and park, or if I'm gonna go in a convoy across the mountain. We'll see. It just started snowing like crazy. It just came out of nowhere. There was like clear skies 2 minutes ago. So here it is. Let's see what we're gonna do now. Well, it's on. That snowstorm that was gonna happen tonight happened just as I got in line for the convoy here, and according to the website, it's gonna open. The road is gonna open in 45 minutes, but I'm guessing this weather will make it close instead. So we'll see. I'll just hang out here and get a feel for this. Okay, just got a message on my phone that the convoy is extended until 10 tonight, and on my weather forecast app I see that after 10 it gets really hardcore. The weather here is going to be a storm then, so they'll probably close the road then, but it looks like there should be a convoy leaving from here in 45 minutes, so I think I'm going to take that across the mountain. Would have loved to be up on this mountain. It's such a great place, but it's one of the most brutal mountain passes in Norway, so I think I can forget about that for now. I'm getting some action here now. I have a feeling they might close. As far as the forecast says, it looks like there's going to be a lot of snow coming down over the next 24 to 48 hours. And you can see it's starting here. I might have to spend the night here, and if I spend the night here, the chances are pretty high that I'll have to spend 2 nights here, because it doesn't look good tomorrow. Kind of easier for me to spend the night than these people in a normal BMW here. I don't know if those are livable vans up front there, or if they're for like snowmobiles or something. Could be. Cool weather. Well, this looks like fun. Weather like this will be snowed down by the morning. Well, here comes the convoy from the other side. So there's a TV show on the biggest TV channel in Norway, NRK, about this mountain here and about the people that drive the plow trucks across here. This is known to be the harshest mountain pass you can drive across, and the people that drive the plow trucks here have the most incredible and most difficult plow truck jobs in the country. So it's a pretty cool place. I'm expecting them to turn around and come up here now. As I came past the gas station down here, a plow truck for the other road that goes out into the fjords, he came and had a big can to get some spare diesel for his truck, so he apparently had some thoughts about it becoming a difficult night. Okay, this is different. They just started here. No chit chat or anything. of love driving in the dark with this camera here because it picks up the nature around and everything really well. It's a DJI Pocket 3 camera, and it's really good for dark scenes like this. Not as good as my Sony camera in the dark, but this is for something that is super stable. It's just a perfect driving and travel camera. Well, so on Hardangervidda, which I drive quite a lot, the convoys, you have to use your emergency blinkers, and they give you a little pep talk first, but here it's just boom. So maybe it's because it's only locals, and on Hardangervidda it's a lot of tourists. Pretty sure it's not gonna be so bad today, but I have no idea. I've never been here in winter, but the wind on the forecast right now is not crazy. But I guess it doesn't take much up here. It looks pretty poor sight for not being up on the mountain yet, and you can see all the snowdrift. Beautiful and wild mountain this is. If you watched a 2.5-year-old video of mine where I was caught in the worst rain that has ever been measured in Norway, I was caught out on a plane out from this road here. I started from this road here and I went north out into the most remote regions you can find out here. I was using my red Hilleberg tent, and it had a leaky seam because the wind and the rain was so heavy, and that was started from this road here. Maybe I'll be able to put in some footage from that here. That was an epic experience of a rainstorm in the summer in August. Look at this terrain. This is so cool. Ifjordfjellet. Ifjord Mountain. It's not made by Apple. It's written Ifjord Mountain, but it's not an Apple product. Well, I guess there was a meaning to this convoy. It's pretty snowed in now and getting a lot of wind drifts. My camera can keep this in focus. Maybe I'll turn off my backup camera so that I get less glare on the windows. Park it there. I don't think getting off this convoy is a good idea. Parked here. Well, not a lot of space there. Getting close to the high point now. I'm pretty sure that right after where I parked for my stormy backpacking trip, that's where it climbs up to the highest point, and that might be pretty rough. Here's where I parked, or right here. Yeah, here is the sign for the parking. This was a pretty good place to park, and that has actually been plowed. Not now, but not too long ago. And this is the bridge that I crossed and started walking out into to the train from here. So now we go up to the very top of the route here. So now he's slowing down up here. Probably means that it's even slippery a little bit. Yeah. Looks like an avalanche crossed the road here on a flat stretch. Starting to drop down quite steeply, so this is actually the tricky part if it's slippery. So the speed we're going at is 60 kilometers an hour, and that is I don't know, 40 miles an hour ish. So quite fast. Oh, there's actually been an avalanche. I don't think so. Through the gap of Rohan. Pass of Caradras. This is the Arctic at it. I think this is the Arctic at its best. Okay, time to start going down. I don't know how many times I'm gonna say that. To Helm's Deep. I'm really having a hard time finding a place to camp today. Everything is just completely snowed in. So just need to keep going. I'm pretty sure I can find something at Tana Blue, which is 40 kilometers from here. 24 miles, but I really didn't want to go all the way down there. But what can you do? Love this stuff though. Just surprised it isn't better plowed. But it's good driving snow, so. Hey. That looks promising. Well, I thought that would be a good spot, but I'm gonna snow in there, and it was sloping in a way that would make it very difficult to drive out. So I'm just gonna continue to Tana. It's starting to get quite difficult to drive here as well now with this amount of snow. So better give some gas here and get going. It's a bit too much snow now in the road. Kind of strange that they don't plow this road better. Nothing is easy about this winter here in the Arctic. Now it's snowing so heavily that my eyes get confused. It's okay driving conditions, but you know, the headlights on this snow is just messing with my head here. If I turn down, you know, helps a little bit, but can see that far then, so I don't know which one will be best. It's almost like when you're in fog and you have to turn down the high beams because they just make it even more difficult to drive. And now it is really difficult to drive, so I'm going very slow, 30 kilometers an hour, 16 miles an hour. 16, and it's coming down. Incredible. This is massive amounts of snow. I'm not really sure I've driven in such heavy snowfall before. So crazy. Different kind of snowstorm. So difficult to drive in. Just following the plow sticks. So actually going over a little bit of a mountaintop here now. Hopefully it'll get a little bit better once I pass this pass or ridge here. Crazy ride. Kilometers to go. Let's get off this ridge here. Yeah, I think we're around the corner. That was crazy. And it's still crazy. Insane. Was the snowplow finally. Should make it a little bit easier, and I think it stopped snowing as much. Well, I'm finally in Tana. That was a really long day, more than twice as long as I wanted it to be. So today I'm gonna chill with a light beer, and it's 8 o'clock now. I'm hungry, only had my cereal for breakfast and 2 cups of coffee. That was a crazy snowstorm over those mountains there after the convoy. That's some of the meanest stuff I've driven in. It was so difficult to see anything. I got all the way down to here. I'm parked in a pretty good spot here. It's like a public camp spot just by the bridge. And there's nobody else here because there's probably nobody else coming up here in this area of the Arctic. Most people will just go to North Cape and back again, but I like to explore these more remote areas. And now in winter, I'm guessing there's nobody up here. Haven't seen any other vans. I'm getting hungry. I'm gonna try something new. I'm gonna try making a pan pizza, or I'm gonna try this new oven that I have. Alright, so let's try this new pizza thing before it gets too late. I got this pre-made pizza bottom. It needs to cook for 12 to 15 minutes, so I'm gonna do a test run Just gonna cut off a little slice of it and see if I can use the new oven or if I have to use a pan. Interesting. So I got this new Omnia oven that I got from my sister for Christmas. So, kind of a cool product because you can use it as an oven on the propane. But you know, it's got to fit in here, so wonder how to do that. Then this goes under here. This goes on top. I guess I could try cutting out like a circle. Or yeah, that could be it. Or this way around, probably. Make a round pizza. I'm gonna do these. Okay, let's try this first. Gonna add just some sauce and some cheese to this and see if it works. I'm not gonna do any toppings until I know if this works. Let's put them back in. Then this is gonna be interesting. Now, look at this. That actually looks amazing. And they've been in for 10 minutes. I think that's actually enough. Bottom is definitely not finished. Nah. Okay, we'll try another batch and let them cook for longer. Just gonna grab a few of those pizzas here while the new ones are cooking for a little longer. Interesting, the oven definitely works. So I just need to find out how to make it kind of efficient and, you know, get things placed inside of it. Okay, this feels right. Yeah. Now we're talking. Turn this off. Well, I'm glad I kept the paper on, or it would have been an absolute disaster. Definitely need some improvements here. This is a little bit too messy way of doing things. But still, I think they're better cooked now. So 12 minutes, a little bit more heat. Well, not a huge success, but I got a meal from it. It's probably better to just fry this pizza in a pan. So I'm gonna head up to this gas station here and see if I can take a shower. I did take a shower here a couple of summers ago. So let's hope it's still functional. It's getting warmer, so basically looks like the snow is falling off and it is thawing. It is dinner time, and today I'm gonna make chicken tikka masala for the first time in my van. So I got this Ben's original tikka masala sauce and some rice. Pretty sure that's gonna be tasty. Cheers, my friends. I bet you can smell that. Let's taste. That's perfect. It's been snowing all day. Nothing crazy, but the forecast says a lot of snow over the following days, and a lot of wind, and then a lot of quiet, and then it gets mild, and then it gets cold, and the weather cannot decide what it's gonna do here up in the Arctic now. Cheers. Okay, I packed up, spent a few nights in Tana, riding out a few smaller snowfalls, and got to do a lot of chores, empty my toilet, fill up diesel, get some new propane, get a shower, do some shopping, and now I'm heading towards Vadsø, even further east. This is a beautiful drive, and I'm looking forward to seeing this in winter. I've only seen it in summer before. This is Vadsø, one of the northernmost cities in Europe, probably in the world. Don't quote me on that. This is very far north, very far east. You can look across to Russia from the harbor here. This is a really great place to park here in the harbor of Vadsø. But I'm gonna use this beautiful weather and travel a little bit further out, 25 kilometers more. And if I don't find anything, I'll return here. This might be a bit much. Right here where I was planning to park, I need to check the weather forecast here and see what's going on with this snowstorm here. It's just racing past me here. Fascinating. I thought I would be sheltered around this corner here. It is going off. Gonna go a bit further. See if I can find something else out here. That is just crazy. This view. Beautiful though. amazing. Getting some nasty snow conditions on top of the ice here. Amazingly beautiful, but with this wind I'm not gonna find any sheltered places out here, so I might as well just turn around and head back to Vadsø into the sunset. So cool out here. This is interesting. There's an ice road here across the river. This is amazing. So it has a max load of 4.5 tons, and I got 3.5, so that's okay. I think I'm gonna get my drone up for this. Was fun. An ice road. I knew they had those in Sweden, and I was planning to maybe go down there and drive one of them, but this is very cool. It kind of, when I get back, it might save me a lot of time actually, so that's awesome. Hard to see anything. Glad they have those plow sticks. Of all the places I've been, this has got to be the most remote and barren landscape. Incredible. This area is called Kongsfjordfjellet, meaning the King's Fjord Mountain. Pretty awesome. Gonna be really hard to find a place to camp here, I think. They don't seem to be making any open areas up on these mountains. And that might be because of the reindeer. I'm not really sure. Here's Plow Truck Central. I'm gonna see if I can find a place around here, middle of the mountain. Okay, I think we found it. What a view. Absolutely sick and crazy. Wow. Now I just have to find out which direction the wind is gonna come from and park against it. Wow. This was exactly what I hoped for. And it looks like I got a good cell signal as well, so that is always a priority with me working on my YouTube channel and stuff. This place is so vast. Here I am up on this crazy mountain plateau. You can see something out there. It's just like disappearing into forever. This is epic. Well, I'm right up here in the middle of nowhere, all by myself. Just turning the engine on to see if everything's alright. Having a little bit of trouble with the glow plugs, and I need to make sure that I'm able to start. It's only like minus 10 degrees now, so it was okay, but I feel it's not completely 100%, so I need to get that checked at some point. It's blowing up. It's a little bit of a storm right now. There's snowdrift, and it's kind of cool up here. Just out in the white abyss up here. So, pretty happy with this spot. Awesome stuff. Well, good morning. First thing I am gonna do this morning is to go outside and see if I can get out of this spot here, or if I need to start digging or something. Pretty white here, but it looked deep, the snow, but it's not deep at all here. Proper white out. Yeah, so that's all good. Shouldn't be any problem getting out here. It is snowing sideways, but in this parking lot it's all good. Nothing but white here. Nice. Beautiful place. When I looked outside, it was all white outside, so I thought I was completely snowed in here, but it was fine. It's just a whiteout outside. I'm up on Båtsfjordfjellet, which is pretty much as far north as you can come still. In the Arctic here, it's a very remote area here, so been up here in summer but never in winter. So there's the mail. the mail will always get there. If you ever have trouble getting somewhere, you should just kind of sneak into a mail van and you'll get to your location. It's just a white out landscape here. boat's fuel. Okay, this is boat's fuel, end of the road. Not really much to see here. It's a fishing town. It's basically the drive that is the goal here. Mountains across those high mountain plains are just fantastic. And now I'm gonna head back across those plains, and hopefully it'll clear up a little bit so that I can get some shots from up there. It's been kind of snowed in and white, but I'm preparing now to head into Finland. That's probably what I'm gonna do, and first gotta cross some high mountain plateaus. This is some really treacherous stuff here. I almost didn't get through that. Haha. That was deep. Only thing that got me through was the speed, and I almost got off the... Marvelous place. Okay, I'm leaving the Varanger Peninsula in Tana Bru now, and there's a lot of stormy and mild weather coming in, so I'm gonna head into Finland now, the Arctic part of Finland, and I just filled up with propane because I don't think I can fill propane in Finland or Sweden. It could be Sweden next, Arctic Sweden after Finland. We'll have to see. I might also pop back into Norway. But looks like there's almost a hurricane down in Lofoten again this weekend or in a couple of days. It's so so crazy. So I'm heading into Arctic Finland. That should be fun. Okay, got Finland on the other side of the river here, and this is where we cross. So, Finland. Good morning. I am currently up on the taiga of northern Finland, in the Arctic borderlands between Norway, Russia, and Finland. It is pretty flat and barren up here on the taiga. Gonna drive down to Inari today, which is the center for the Sami culture up here in Finland. Gonna get some groceries in a Finnish store. That should be fun. It's always fun to get out of Norway and do groceries in countries that have better groceries and better selection and more exciting stuff. Norway is sadly just full of toll barriers on everything that is exciting. It's gonna be a storm tonight, so I'm gonna try to find a place down by Inari to set up camp and be sheltered. Don't want to be up here on the high plains when the storm hits. It's kind of cool up here. It's so flat and wide, but sadly you cannot see very far and much because there's a lot of these trees on the taiga here that just kind of blocks the views as you're driving. Up here there's a little bit of a view. I haven't really been much in Finland before, just been driving through the corners a few times before. So this time I'm gonna do a little bit more exploring. Looks like the storm is already here. So I'm gonna pack up and get down to Inari before they close the roads. Okay, have arrived in Inari. Find a store. This is the center of the Sami culture in Finland. Looks like there's a lot of tourists actually. It's a warm day in the Arctic, strangely enough. Okay, I found a good camp spot here, sheltered from the wind, just outside of Inari. Looks like the storm is gonna pass in the middle of the night. Here it's relatively calm. I saw that Lofoten, of course, has a big storm again. Glad I'm not there. It's pretty mild. It's above freezing actually, so the snow is getting really compacted and wet. That is weird. It's February 24th and it should not be this warm in northern Finland now. Finnish light beer. That was quite the amazing moonrise, wasn't it? Today I'm having a burrito that is kind of Greek-inspired with tzatziki and French fries and cheese and spinach and some jalapeno. So, very simple and fast meal for me to make.
It made it easier. I was able to just follow, like I didn't even turn the steering wheel. It just went straight and the ruts took me where I needed to go. It was decided that I should put the snow socks on again and try them out in deeper snow.
So I'm currently just about 30 miles from the Russian border, or 50 kilometers. I'm planning to head in that direction. There's a homestead right on the border, but it might be closed now. Might not be any roads going there, but it looks like a pretty cool place. It's always fascinating to be in these border areas. It's just a different feeling when you get close to the Russian border. It's like you're on the last frontier with everything that's going on in the world. I don't know if I'm gonna drive all the way out there, but I'm heading in that direction now, so creeping closer to the Russian border. Literally. Dude here is coming down the road. Guess this is the last place to fill. It's the border. So that's the end of the road. Border with Russia. Cool. Well, that was pretty awesome. Well, not that awesome, not much to see, but it's cool to have been there. That looks like a big border post for this area. I think the borders are mostly closed now. Well, it got to be a little bit more wintry in Finland. I was trying to switch my propane bottles because it's the same propane bottles in Finland and Norway. But this first gas station that I tried at said you could not swap them. To my information, that is not correct. So I'm going to try to solve that today and see if I can find a place that will swap them, because they're the same and they're delivered by the same company. So it's kind of strange that this girl at the gas station said we could not. I'm gonna try a few other places and see if I am right or if she was right. I did call a company that delivers those bottles earlier today to ask, and they said it was the same, so we'll figure it out. A little bit more wintry today, luckily. It's been very mild the last few days. Now I also need to find a place to empty my toilet. That seems to be a difficult thing in winter in Finland. You would think they had that figured out, but apparently not. It's actually much easier in Sweden and Norway to get that done. So many things are so good in Finland, but that's a problem. I think out of the Nordic countries, Finland is the easiest one to find parking spots, camp spots, because they have these parking spots every 10 kilometers or so, and they're always nice and sizable, so you can always fit in there and stay a little bit off the road. So a quick look at this map here. I came in from Norway up here, been driving down here, got to Inari, then I stayed around here for a while and I drove down to Ivalo and out to the Russian border here, back again to Ivalo. Right now I'm at this red dot here. So we got Norway all around here, and then we got Russia from here and down. Okay, yesterday I grabbed some pulled pork at the Finnish supermarket I was in, so gonna make that today. Make a couple of pulled pork sandwiches. Let's see how that goes. That's nice. I think that's a bit too much. Gonna save some of that. Maybe I'll cook it first. It's like an alcohol-free IPA. It's good. Maybe I need to get more of this before I leave Finland. Got the Vanlife dishwasher. This is gonna be fun. Pulled pork. Yeah, that's really good. Let's see what the internet is up to.
Ryan, could you please rise and raise your right hand? You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Dr. Ryan, 2 days ago,
Looks like it's getting stormy again. Okay, today I'm leaving Finland and going into Sweden. It is pretty stormy. Gonna go over a mountain pass now, I think, if there is such a thing in Finland. But should be a snowy drive. Gonna get some groceries on the border. They have some really cool IPA that I want to get some more of before I leave Finland, and then the shopping is pretty good in Sweden, so not gonna stock up on anything else, I think. But beautiful day with all this snow coming down. Apparently a little tourist town up here. Snowmobiles out on the lake. Guided tour, I'm guessing. I think it's called Kulari. People skiing. I actually think it's winter break week. These washboard roads are really uncomfortable driving on. I can't seem to find like a comfortable track. It's just shaking like crazy. Right there for a few moments, and then it's just... So gonna be crossing into Sweden now after about a week in Finland. Sweden. Gonna head towards Pajala. Then we'll see. Now in the northern parts of Arctic Sweden. So I'm currently driving through northern Sweden, Arctic Sweden, close to Kiruna. There's a big military exercise going on up here in all of the Arctic areas here, NATO exercise, so I'm not gonna film much up here. But the plan is now to head back to Lofoten because it looks like the weather is gonna be pretty good in a few days, and by that I mean it's gonna be above freezing, there's gonna be sunshine, and there should not be much wind. So that's a new one for me in Lofoten this winter. So I'm back in Lofoten. It's pretty warm now. It's actually around 3 or 4 degrees Celsius, so it's above freezing. It should be beautiful out here the following week because there's a good forecast for a lot of sun and very little wind. The problem is that the military exercise Nordic response is gonna start in a couple of days, and from the morning of March 4th you're not allowed to fly a drone anywhere out here. So got a couple of days now to get some drone shots. Let's see if we can get some beautiful shots in before the military exercise starts. Okay, I'm in Henningsvær. Just want to give you a quick look here. Surprised at how few people there are here now. Maybe we're further in. So this is the place where everyone's flying a drone. That's one of Norway's biggest tourist traps. I just want to show you real quick. It is pretty. It's still like I don't know. It's winter now, and it's already filled up with tourists that are just walking around like they're in some sort of a haze, or some people just taking pictures of the most random stuff you can imagine. Like there was a couple of people here that was taking pictures of each other with a trash container as their background. Anyway, let's get out of this town and get some good camp spot. I think I saw something that looked really cool just past the bridges here. How about this campsite? That's pretty epic. This is where I'm gonna stay for a night or two. This campsite here is just an adventure. Look at this. What a place. Tap into a Finnish light beer. Never tried this before. That's special. Have a look at this. Good morning. It's a beautiful morning here in Lofoten in Arctic Norway. Got some amazing northern lights filmed yesterday. So really excited about that footage there. It was pretty cool, just by the road here and with the islands in the background. Very nice. Got my coffee made. It's Sunday morning. Last day to fly the drone out here, I think. So gonna try to get some more drone shots, and it's gonna be super warm, around 5 degrees Celsius. On the 3rd of March, it's only 2 days ago since winter Norway opened. Like the big mountain areas are closed until March because it's so harsh. That's a little bit further south, so I'm gonna spend some time here in Lofoten in the Arctic, and then I'm gonna go south a little bit into the big mountain areas, Jotunheim and Rondane, and get into some real elevation and some real alpine winter conditions. Cheers, my friends. Wow. What a beautiful morning. What a place. A lot of tourists already in the start of March. I guess it's kind of spring break other places in the world, so makes sense. What a beautiful day. I got the sun burning on my face. Yeah, it's just amazing. So, gonna head towards a place I've never been. Okay, friends, how about this for a campsite? Have a look. This is towards Leknes. Gonna have the sun. It's gonna set over to the right somewhere. And this is towards the mainland. Would you look at that? Really enjoy this alcohol-free IPA beer finish. I bought a bunch of those in Finland. Really good stuff. Anyway, it's dinner time, and today I'm making some pasta with a meat sauce. Look at this awesomeness here of a dinner view. It's free. Nice. So this dinner goes out to my friend Håvard. I know this is his favorite. I think he calls it pasta with onions. And got the same view over here. If there's northern lights tonight, this is gonna be an awesome spot for that. So over here, the mountains are getting the alpenglow, and over here the ocean is turning red. My windows are dirty, so might not see as much, but this is pretty awesome. I was hungry now. Good morning. Another beautiful morning in Lofoten. It's 8:30 now. Got my coffee. It's gonna be warm and the spring weather for a few more days. And then it's gonna be winter again. So I'm just excited for a few relaxing days without having to do a lot of survival stuff. It's been comfortable days here, just taking in the beauty of Lofoten. Gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. That sunset yesterday was spectacular. Cheers, my friends. think this is the end of the road for me here. Looks like an avalanche took out the road here. So that's it. That's too bad. It's such a great camp spot around the corner here. Yeah, it's definitely an avalanche chute. Anyway. There's really no way that I'm getting through here, so that's okay. Well, on to find a different place then. I have another place in mind. So I'm backing out of this again. It's a long way, so be careful here. Okay, it is March the 8th, and it's time to leave Lofoten. Gonna take the ferry now to Bodø and head into the mountains further south. It's been a beautiful week in Lofoten. Really happy I got to get up here and experience this great weather here. Good morning. I'm back on Saltfjellet, Salt Mountain. It's been a cold night. It's been minus 13. We're in March now, so spring weather has arrived. Had a lot of spring weather in Lofoten with most of the temperatures above freezing and some spectacular days out there. Last night was just the amazing aurora or northern lights I've ever seen. It was just spectacular, and I just couldn't film it all because it just got too much. The whole sky was lit up in green. I thought first there was something wrong with the screen on my camera because the whole image was green, but it turned out that it was just the sky that was completely green, and the snow around the area was also colored green from the reflections of the northern lights. So that was amazing. Making my coffee now here up on the mountain. What a stunning morning. What a stunning scenery up here. I love this mountain here. Saltfjellet, Salt Mountain. It's so vast and deserty.